Hi, Sam. Sam, I am. How is it going? Your kitty cat sat on it? Mel? Mel? Is that the name of your cat? Just a second, I literally just started the stream. We're gonna be writing short stories again. So I actually need to finish an actual story. Out of all these ideas in my head, I have all these bajillions of ideas. Bajillions. But I never actually follow through with them, and that's what we're trying to do. My novel is something I work on off stream, but I'd like to work on short stories on stream so that we can get some writing done. Whoa! That's right. Hello. Hello. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Hello. 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 What is this? It's good lighting? Probably not. Oh, I probably need to put a shirt over my... Just a second. No nippleage, okay? I already have 2 shirts on, and I'm gonna put a 3rd shirt on just to be safe. And it keeps you warm. Sean! Woo! Hello! Hello! Trying to get comfy stream going. We're not in production mode lately. We're not in production mode. We're kind of in just cozy mode lately, because I want to get stuff done, like writing my blog, writing short stories for my blog, hopefully writing another blog for like articles. I don't know, stuff like that. It's a bad angle for the lighting, isn't it? I don't know. Student, Sam, I am. Time to write some short stories, Space Ducks. We got some short stories to write. We're gonna write the short stories. Short stories. Yeah, this is... We don't want to be too cozy. Can't be too cozy. Short stories. We got some short stories. We got some short stories. We don't want to get too cozy, okay? Like... Hi everybody and welcome to the stream. My name is Rebecca. I hope you get yourself strapped in, relaxed, and get yourself prepared for a journey into the soul. Take a deep breath in. Not that kind of cozy, okay? Your teeth are fucked up. No, it's just from tea. Don't worry, I can brush my teeth after I finish it. Let's finish this tea and blacken our teeth. I am cool, and you? Welcome back to my fun time cozy stream. Where nothing I say matters, and the points don't matter, and everything's made up, and the points don't matter. Story of my life. Oi, oi, oi! Yeah, we need to get rid of this problem, right? Sean! 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 Do we need to get your bast mate? Mm. 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 Very dapper. Yes. I'm in writing mode, okay? I gotta be like professional businesswoman. I need like I already have broad shoulders because I went through male puberty. Okay, so I don't need the power shoulders. I already have them. Okay, check. And then I need to get a pantsuit. No, I don't really want to. I'm trying to go a different direction. Okay. Gorgle. You will be very angry. Will you be so angry you turn into the Incredible Hulk? You don't like me when I'm angry. Brush. That'll be $10. And that's a preview of my other links that I don't do on Twitch. Oh my goodness. Okay, what are we doing today? I had to readjust my my settings for my paint tool. You know why? Because I was writing a document and it ended up being like 150 megabytes just for like a couple layers of writing on like a thing. So I adjusted the canvas settings. I adjusted the canvas settings, and now I got the starting template one down to 3 megabytes, where before it was like 100 megabytes. So I vastly, now it's in 360p. Okay, that was the problem. It was in like 4000p or something. I'm not talking about the bathroom, okay? And now we have actually a good setup. The only difference is it only has one screen at a time per layer, but we don't really care about that. We can just make new layers, you know, because we're cool like that. We could do new layers. Because ogres are like, they have layers. You don't care about that? Well, I do. Because I don't want to have like a text, like just writing out a story. I don't want to write out just handwriting being like 3 gigabytes. Okay, just new layers. Yes, new layers, because ogres have layers. Okay. So yes, now I can do things like a professional and not being a butthead, not being an idiot. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. A hamster. Oh yeah, hamster. We're gonna get a hamster and we're gonna train it to be a world champion at checkers. And it's gonna go and train for the Olympics and become the best hamster that it could be. My little boy hamster. He's a little boy. He's a little boy. He's my little boy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He's my little boy. What are we even doing? What is going on? Good morning. Rip to my unalive hamster. Oh, I'm sorry, Nugget. Rest in peace. Oh, Mel. It's okay, Mel. You didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. I made jokes about a hamster, and your hamster died. It's my fault. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't help myself. It's really serious. I don't know why I'm laughing. Okay, seriously, let's start out with like a little exercise. I want to write down any nouns. So we got hamster, cat, drown. Why is that the word I came up with after cat? Bag, chips, laundry, fish, British, toothbrush, library, music, stand, trumpet, extra. No, that's not not a noun. Noun. Words, grammar, teacher. How come there's 3 T's in a row? 3, row, boat, song, choir, church, pulpit, pupil, eyes, dilate. No, that's not it. It's not a noun. Train, automobile, torch, flame. Okay. Well, I think that we got a full page of nouns. We got a full page of nouns. You're British. Your 2 dogs have autism? It's not really how it works. They're not humans. I am female. So the way autism works is I am an autistic person. My brain is wired a specific way. And so that means that that's compared to human brains. Compared to dog brain, I guess you could have dog autism. But it's not the same as human. It's not the same as autism in humans. It's going to be compared to other dogs. But the difference is it doesn't really make too much of a difference. Because dogs are dogs. Humans are not dogs. They're very stupid. Well, stupid is not autistic. I'm not stupid. I'm not... and I'm using this in the medical term. Oh, I thought Mel was a cat for some reason. Probably because your profile picture is a cat. Oh, if the dogs are Welsh. Oh, it's a European joke. You hate the Welsh? Grape juice. Come on. We're gonna have some fisticuffs. You're gonna hate people just for being in a geopolitical location. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Don't you do that to yourself. You gotta ask yourself, how many times have you walked down the path of heroes and found yourself with a toothbrush of justice that you would brush the teeth of your enemies? They have sex with sheep? Heyo! Come on, Sam. Sam, I am. Sam. 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 What are you doing, Sam? Sam. 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 America, I'm from California, and I'm stuck in California until I have all my surgeries. It's not really a bad thing. It's actually a pretty good thing. I like California. It's really expensive though, but my dad, I have a place, my dad is paying rent, and I have SSI now, and I'm going to be able to get out of this eventually. I can hopefully get a housing voucher and get a place of my own, even if it's a small place. It'll be my own. Oh, come on, Cal. They're inbred, like bread, like a baguette. They're inbred. like you have like an opening here, and there's a French person. Oui, oui. There's inbred. Oui, oui. You hate everyone not from England? You hate me? Ooh. Wee, wee, wee. That makes me sad. Why you do that to me? Why you hate me just for being in California? Okay? My pronouns are she, her, bitch, hoer, you idiot. Come on. Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be like that, Cal? Don't be like Cal. Don't you see Cal? See Cal? Cal's like this. Herp derp. Don't be like Cal. Okay, let me draw it in this diagram. Okay, here's my spreadsheet. Okay, so you have increasing amount of Cal, and you have acceptance. Okay, not Cal. So the more you're not like Cal, the more you get accepted. so that's how it works, okay? You see how that works? The more you're not like Cal, the more you're going to be accepted around here. Sam, don't do that. See, don't be like Cal. You're being like Cal, Sam. You're being like Cal. Don't do that. I'm autistic. That's not what autism is. That's just being an idiot. See, I'm autistic and I'm an idiot. But they're not because I'm autistic. Okay, here's autism. Not autism. So if you have a brain, it's like in two hemispheres. That's not a vagina. Let's make some wrinkles. Oh, maybe it's like your mom's vagina. I don't. It's a brain. I swear. It's not a vagina. Not a vagina. Okay, it's a brain. Brain. Not a vagina. Or walnut. So here's a brain. Okay, so here's a brain for an autistic person. Okay, you see, it looks the same. It's the same brain. The difference is that you have like connections that like pretty much like connect like one-to-one when you don't have autism. I mean, when you're not autistic, you don't use person first language. So you are not a person with autism. You are an autistic person, because the way my brain works, I have all these things that are all over the place, and they like connect in different ways. Comment with, hey, Moobot, you're drunk. Stop it. No, it's not smooth brain. That's not how it works. It's that the connections are a bit different. And some of the connections are with each other. And then sometimes there's connections that are not connections. There's just isolated little things over here. Smooth brain. That's not what smooth brain. I don't know what you're talking about. It was like a weird serifed letter. Like it was like some IPA or something. Smooth brain is the... Come on, Sam. You need a timeout, okay, buddy? Go in the corner. You're being like Cal, okay? Remember I said how the more you're like Cal, the more you're not. The more you're like Cal, the less you'll be accepted. So don't be like Cal, okay? Your brain isn't working. No, it works. It just works differently. You see, like. And person who is an autistic person has a brain that has all sorts of random connections that kind of arrive at like all the same spots. You arrive to the same spots. It's just less one-to-one. Like, like you have like people. Everybody's different, right? Everybody's unique. These connections are all in different spots for everybody. No, he's just being a little bitch. And is that you, Sam? You're the other Sam. You're Sam. You're not Sam 6124, okay? That's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference. Okay, so you got a brain here. You have the same exact, okay, so here's another way of putting it. So let's move to another slide here. So if you have point A to point B, this is how not autistic. This is how neurotypical. This is how neurotypical people arrive to let's say somebody says, don't say the N-word. Someone says that, and then and this is how like if somebody says that, this is how a neurotypical person responds. Okay, thanks for letting me know, for the feedback. And they change their behavior. Okay, this is how a neurotypical person who's, neurotypical is just, somebody who's not autistic, doesn't have ADHD or any kind of thing like that. Nuts? These nuts. So an autistic person or just anybody in general who is neurodivergent just means that to get from point A to point B, you kind of have to go to these different points. You still get there. You still get there. It's just in order to get there, you have to go through different steps. And you notice it looks like a W? That's because autistic people are winners. You have ADHD. Yes, the number 80. ADHD. That's like a... No, autistic people don't say the N-word. Okay, so you have to understand. You still get to point B. Just the way you get to point B is different. And you have to, and for every autistic person has to find that path. And it can be really easy or it can be really difficult depending on the context and depending on how much they've practiced. The key difference here is that neurotypical people don't need to really practice behavior. They learn directly from feedback. I mean, in an ideal world, I'm not racist, no. So autistic people or neurodivergent people in general, depending on their neurodivergence, just have to go through a different path. But the path is still there, and you can make that. It's not impossible. It doesn't make you stupid. It doesn't make you retarded. Okay, that's a different thing entirely. Scientifically, like medically speaking, retardation means that your brain works like slower. You have mental, like it's a very specific term. Like when people say retard colloquially, that it's really kind of a misnomer. Like when they say, "Oh, you're being retarded." It's offensive. It's offensive if you're targeting towards somebody. Okay, like there's context. Your teacher told you. Your teacher's a bitch. I'm just kidding. No, seriously though. There's a difference. There's context. Context matters. Everyone said the N-word at some point. The difference is if you say it, if you choose to say it. And if you choose to say it in like it's one thing if you know it's offensive and you continue to say it knowing it's offensive. Like if you've already, okay, so the difference between autistic and neurotypical and then both of, okay, so let me make a new slide here. So So if you get from point A to B, so this is neurotypical people, this is autistic people, you know. Let's see. This is autistic people. The difference is, so this is autistic, neurotypical. So here we go. Now with this, both of these people can then make conscious effort to go to C, which is being a cunt. Being an asshole. Okay? Being an asshole. But this is a choice. Yeah, some people might not care, okay, but some people do, and that's the difference, is that maybe some people don't care, but what you have to understand that when you're out in the public, this is point B. Point B, see, point A is where you start, right? This is where our personal safety is, our personal comfort. Point B is when we change our behavior. We change our behavior because we get feedback. Like, let's say you have, point A is equal to our personal beliefs and comfort. Point B is desired behavior from based on external feedback. So you can get to point B, it just takes it, it's just a different process, and it could be just as fast eventually. Eventually, for specific things, we can get exactly to this point for some things. For neurotypical people, we can change this and straighten it out, so that we have to practice. That's why, like, a lot of autistic people, they'll like practice things. Like, they'll go to a restaurant the day before they're gonna meet somebody, so that they know the environment, so that they get used, so that we get used to like the stimuli, because we accept all the external stimuli, like the noises, the smells, and we try to like gather information. See, being autistic is like, you have to gather information, and then you use that information to compile yourself into getting to something similar to what most people get, like kind of like off the bat. So their desired behavior based on external feedback. Now, both of these people, autistic people and neurotypical people, can diverge from the desired behavior and make a conscious choice. And, you know, to C equals deliberate what's the word? Deliberate. It's just being an asshole. Deliberate negative behavior. So being autistic is not an excuse for this. Yeah, a lot of it, like I'm saying, like, you know, you're exactly right, Sean. So if somebody says, hey, don't say the N-word, it's offensive. Well, it might be harder for an autistic person to get to that behavior sometimes. But you know, there's a point where it becomes a conscious effort, where you're just literally being an asshole. But a lot of people, they might see an autistic person and mistakenly think that they're being an asshole. But then, if you literally know that you're being an asshole, there's a difference, right? Like, if you use it as an excuse, you're saying, "Oh, I'm autistic, you have to let me do that." Like, that's not the case. It's not an excuse. Being autistic is not an excuse to just do whatever the hell you want. No, I'm using that as an example, Sean, okay? I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. I'm using that as an example. It could be anything. And every single autistic person has their own... See, this... And obviously everybody has their own version of this, like not just autistic people, but basically the main difference are like, you know, averages. On average, what makes somebody neurotypical is they have more of this and less of this. Whereas autistic people have more of this and less of this. If that makes any sense. Yeah, if your autistic cousin hits you, then your cousin needs to try to get, you know, needs to do extra work to get to this point B, to change their behavior. That's what being autistic is. It doesn't mean that you can just let people walk all over you just because they're autistic. That's not the case. But it does mean you have to have compassion for people, because some people take longer to learn how to get to point B with certain things. And so when you punish in my case, growing up in school, when I was a kid going to school, there's a certain behavior. They expect you to be able to change your behavior based on feedback. They say, hey, please, like, you know, raise your hand before you answer the question. Don't talk during the class. You know, stop. You know, stop doing this. Stop doing that. And if you know, if the teachers aren't really aware that some students have a difficulty learning that behavior, they're just going to punish the students because they think that they're just being an asshole. So they think that they're being an asshole. Because that's what most people see. When they see somebody acting out, like they see somebody like talking out of turn, being a you know, class clown, or anything like that, you know, hitting people. When people see that, they assume that they're just being an asshole. This is part of story writing. You have to understand how, at least in my case, I have to understand how things work. Oh yeah, let's switch to just chat. I don't know why I didn't change category. I wanted to put it in just chatting. Because we're Chads. No, I'm not. You see, Chad is an idea, okay? It's not based on gender. You don't understand. We need to reclaim things that are gendered, okay? Being a Chad, just because it's typically a man's name, doesn't mean that it's only for males, okay? So women's can be. It doesn't make you a Stacy. A Stacy is a different concept. You understand? You understand? You understand? Okay? Do you understand these things I'm telling you? Do you understand? There should be a just chatting category. Where, like where you're just being a Chad. Okay? I miss streaming so much. I miss this. This is so fun. So this is basically the difference. See, a lot of people don't understand what being autistic is. They think being autistic is based on behavior. It's not. Behavior is a constant. So here we go. Let's go here. I literally am writing a short story about, like, you know, based on neuropsychology. So this is actually note-taking for my short story, and that is literally an excuse for not writing. No, I'm just kidding. It's not an excuse. So there's a difference between neurological disorders and constants that can apply, and constants can apply to all brains. This is just my understanding, so I'm not a scientist or a doctor or anything, so this is just my own understanding of how things work based on what I've read and observed. So you have constants such as beliefs, you know, thoughts, behavior. These are constants. You know, the behavior is like, you know, they're going to exist regardless of how your brain works. But then you have things, so basically neurological disorders are kind of like the way your brain gets from point A to point B, where A equals thoughts, belief, and B equals behavior. Free Sam! Sam I am! So, you know, and so this is what, you know, okay, so when people think of autism, they think about behavior, and that's not what autism is. So, what people think autism is. People think autism is quirky behavior, or non-emotions, or they think it's stimming, or having meltdowns, and these are external behaviors as a result. These are all external behaviors. These are external behaviors depending on how the autistic person manages to get from A to B. So some of us have had to develop extremely convoluted ways of getting to point B, especially, you know, if we were undiagnosed for a very long time. I was undiagnosed until I was 31 years old. So for me, I developed a whole bunch of custom, like it's like a custom build. You know, if you play like Path of Exile or something. So if you have a Path of Exile, you know, you might have like, you know, the meta. Like let's say this is the meta. You know, you have this meta. Okay? And that's point, you know, this is B. But if you're autistic, you like have this other meta that's like all over the place that might still be good, but it's just a little different. Because you're back in black. Cause I'm back in black. Okay, so this is B for an autistic person. This is B for a neurotypical person. So this is neurotypical meta. This is autistic meta. So the neurotypical meta tends to result in, and it's based on society. It's not based on, because this objectively is no different than this. But the thing is our society kind of expects certain behavior from you. So neurotypical people end up getting this behavior relatively easy. Not easy, but like relatively like commonly. Most people are able to get to this behavior. It's the meta. Like they went online and they Googled how to do the meta. Like if you're like thinking about Path of Exile meta. So people who are neurotypical, they have the meta build, but autistic people make their own builds. Just stop hanging out with that person, because like I said earlier, that's a conscious effort. It's called being an asshole. It just means that this person is being an asshole. So I don't know how... See, being an asshole, that's a different problem. Like being autistic or neurotypical, that's something that you can't control. But this you can control. So hitting people, using racial slurs, disrupting people, like, situations. It's not necessarily being an asshole, but it's like, what I'm saying is that that's behavior that becomes a conscious choice. And sometimes it's really frustrating when you're autistic and people think that you're making a conscious choice. Even though you're trying everything you can, you're trying so hard. Like you're trying so hard not to get to that. You're trying so hard. Like you're trying so hard not to be this, because your behavior is like, it looks the same. Like this is like sometimes it can be equivalent, So basically, I think the way to deal with people who are being assholes is you make it very clear that that's not acceptable behavior. And if they continue to make that behavior and you want them to change it, then you just remove that person. Like, that person's no longer part of your life. I know it's really something that nobody wants to hear, but some people you just have to cut out of your life. You just have to say, hey, like, I don't like what you're doing. It's not a part of who I am. I do not accept this behavior. Go fuck yourself. Like that's basically it. Like his name is Oods. Sukadeep Oods. What? Did you know there's a movie called I'm Gonna Get You, Sucka? So yeah, I mean, this is kind of a fascinating topic. I've dived into this topic with my therapist, and have researched it. So it's like this is something. I'm not a doctor myself, but I've researched this kind of stuff. I'm very interested in neuropsychology because I have a direct stake in the subject, because I am neurodivergent. But that doesn't mean there's okay. So being autistic is not a death sentence. It's just a state of who you are. But you can change your behavior, and it takes a lot of effort sometimes. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not. And it's different for everybody because everyone has their own custom build. They're not using the meta. Neurotypical people might use the same meta, and maybe they'll be better or worse players, but they'll have the same meta. You know what I mean? Like, you could have two players who are using the exact same build, and maybe one is going to perform better because they, they have better mechanics. They understand the map better, or, they understand the mechanics better, that kind of stuff. But the difference between, that's a difference in the player, not the, everybody's unique, and also some neurotypical people have autistic builds in some things. That's not what being autistic is. Being autistic is when this is the meta, where you have a custom build that you have to, like, basically everything that you do is designed for this meta. And so you have to basically adapt your meta. What you can't change. You can't change your meta, but what you can do is you can change. I mean, everybody has the capacity to change their brain. It's just you're starting out from a completely different build. And it's very painful to try to fit this meta when this isn't your meta. Like, if you have a build for ice magic, then it doesn't make sense that it's gonna be a lot harder to fight, fire-based monsters or whatever, because they're gonna melt you, right? So it's going to be a lot harder. It doesn't mean you can't beat the fire monsters, because you could still beat the fire monsters. It's just your meta is not designed for those monsters. You're going to need some extra help. Maybe you need a paladin with you. And for autistic people, that's like a therapist. Like, that's my paladin. Or my case manager. Like somebody who helps you. Or, you build tools to make it so that you don't, or you level up. Like, if the monster's level 50 and you're level 50, then if you have the meta, you should have an equal fight. But if you don't have the meta, it's going to be like an impossible, like a really difficult or impossible fight. And you're going to get hurt. You might have to buy a lot of potions, and you're going to spend like way more gold than a neurotypical. So it's like, it's not that you can't beat the monster, it's that it's going to take a lot more effort for you to beat the monster, and you might lose a lot, and you can still win, but you might have to, like, go through a lot of pain and suffering to get there. And so for, but if you leveled up, like if you went to level 55, then you have an easier chance. So it's like autistic people have to grind more because we don't have the meta. If that makes any sense. So if the world accepted this behavior, like for the most part, the world accepts quirky behavior or non-emotion, but the world does not really accept stimming and meltdowns. So because if you're in the bus and you start rocking back and forth, that's stimming, and I do it a lot. I don't really do it unless I'm really worked up, where things start to really hurt, because you feel like powerless and you feel like the world is just crushing you. That's usually what leads to stimming and meltdowns. For some people, it's even easier to get to that. For me, it has to be extremely, like, crushing. I've developed a lot of coping mechanisms that prevent meltdowns. But some people don't have those coping mechanisms because it's a spectrum. But if you have a meltdown in public, or you're stimming, like if you're rocking back and forth, somebody thinks there's something wrong with. Most people will think, kind of like uneducated people, and people who. Uneducated people and people who are just assholes will think that somebody stimming is crazy. Or if they see somebody having a meltdown, they think they're violent. But a meltdown is not violence. A meltdown is an external, like it's you like trying to get all those negative emotions out. And the difference between a meltdown here, meltdown versus tantrum. So a meltdown is over stimulation, attempting to escape. So you're trying to you're trying to tell the universe around you, because a lot of times, like, you know, the way my brain accepts, you know, external data, it processes them like differently. I process external data like sounds, like sensory information. It all comes in at once, basically. And it can be very overwhelming. Not just negativity, but just like, oversaturated data. Like it's just an overload. It's a meltdown. You have an overload. You have a core meltdown. Overload. It's an sensory overload is what it is. And it's not, you know, okay, sensory overload. So a tantrum is manipulation. Manipulative behavior. If I throw if I scream throw things, then I will get what I want. That's what a tantrum is. That's like a Karen. This is Karens. These are Karens. And the problem is, externally, these can look the same. There's differences that you can tell. Externally, similar. If you see somebody having a meltdown in public, to the untrained eye, it might look like somebody being a Karen. But the difference is you know, there's very key differences. This happens whether people are watching or not. This doesn't. People need an audience. Needs an audience. Whereas meltdowns, they won't happen. I mean, they'll happen regardless of who's watching or what the situation is. If you have a meltdown, and a lot of the time, because of so many repeated times of having meltdowns in public, where people treat you like, you know, this is, you know, most people, they do, when it becomes this, they know they're manipulating people. They know they're not supposed to act this way. They know they're not supposed to act this way. And the thing is when I have a meltdown, I'm very aware that I'm not supposed to act this way. Because when I was a very little kid, I didn't really have much information, but I got punished a lot. Like, when I say a lot, I mean a lot. I got constantly punished at school, sent home, got in trouble at home. Nobody did anything to try to investigate. They just punished me over and over and over. And I had to develop my own coping mechanisms to prevent meltdowns, but it's caused extreme post-traumatic stress disorder through repeated negative behavior and no guidance. Until 2 years ago when I started therapy. And now we're developing tools where I don't have to go through as much pain to prevent meltdowns, or if a meltdown happens, I'm very much aware of, I'm able to take myself out of the situation. This is dialectical behavior therapy, DBT. I'm very much aware that people will see it as negative, like manipulative behavior for the most part. People who are very aware of autistic minds and who have autistic people in their life, they know the difference between a meltdown and a tantrum. But the majority of people in society do not have an autistic person in their life, or they're not aware. People don't really take the time to learn these things. And I feel like that's the biggest challenge in our society today, is getting people to care. Be like Ice-T in Rick and Morty. I care now. I care now. Become water tea, okay? Yeah, this is kind of interesting, like, morning already. We're coming with some interesting slides here. I came up with some. I did a little exercise where I came up with nouns. So what I'm gonna try to do, is I'm gonna write a story, or at least a few paragraphs, as much as I can. I'm gonna write as much as I can today about each and every one of these. Or at least something inspired by these. Like, I'm gonna go word by word. Yeah, it's not a vagina, okay. Yeah, so the thing is that this can be... This person, externally, can be either of these people. That's the main thing people should I believe more people should understand this about autistic people, is that this person right here can be either of these people. Is that you can reach the same conclusion from the same feedback. But how difficult it is depends on how much help you've gotten, how much practice you've had. Because you start out with this, a custom built path. that you have to try to smooth out. That most people are able to get directly to that. Unless they're assholes. If they're assholes, they get to this, but then they make a conscious choice. It's a good morning so far. I'm having a good morning. And I have my consultation on Wednesday for my facial feminization. That's gonna be good. I'm gonna get a better timeline for, you know, hopefully I'll get a surgery date. I'm recovering from my orchiectomy really well. Yeah, and I'll figure out exactly what the procedure will be. It's gonna 100% be tracheal shave. But the troubling part is we're gonna figure out like what we will do for my face. And I think it's mostly gonna surround this area. Like this is really the area I feel is too masculine. Like my forehead. My eyebrow and forehead, and there's that, you know, that's why I'm getting the surgery. You know, that's one of the procedures they can do, and you know, we'll figure out what we need to do, because my goal is to not have to go back. Like, I don't want to do too much, but I don't want to do too little, and so that's what the consultation is for. Is we're gonna figure out what I need. Because I you know, the doctor will be able to make that judgment with my input, and we can figure out our plan, and that'll be pretty nice. Now, is there a shortcut I can make to hide the current layer? New normal layer. Oh, you can do show alone layer. Okay, select forward layer as current layer. Okay. So, oop. So backspace, let's do that. Is a new normal layer. So how about control backspace. Huh. Okay, that's one way to do it. But let's shift them. Bring. Okay, select forward there. Bring new normal layer, and then control is bring layer forward. Bring layer to front. Okay, here we go. Oh, that goes all the way there. Oof. So backspace is going to change visibility of layer. Okay. Oh, how about no? Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's... Okay, I'm gonna make this into like a macro kind of thing. Oh, and that's actually... No, that's not good. Okay. I don't want to just show a lone layer. Change visibility of current layer, and then control backspace. Is new normal layer. Okay. Okay. And shift backspace. And Alt backspace. Okay. Oh no, that selects all of them. Control backspace. Oh. That's not what I wanted. Okay. How come Alt is different than... Select backward layer, then Shift is select... Oh, because Shift you want Control Alt backspace. How about that? And I'm gonna make these into like a quick macro for my tablet, so I don't have to do it like this every time. Okay. So if I have this... I mean, obviously this might be just too much effort, but it's good to be able to do it quickly, I think. So if I hit backspace, so if I'm like this, and I hide it, then press Control backspace for a new layer. There we go. And I draw stuff, and then backspace, Control backspace, new layer. Okay. Okay, and then what I want to do, get my Wacom tablet properties. For Psi. On-screen controls. I don't necessarily need the undo feature so much. But what if I can just show the on-screen control? Yeah. So, backspace and Control backspace. Oh, actually, I don't. Huh. That's Wait, which one is which? Okay. Alt backspace, and then Control Alt backspace. Okay, so that's... Okay, so if I even also... I wonder if I can do it with like a macro. So backspace and then alt-right backspace. See if that works. Oop. Oh, and then backspace again. Oop. Ah. So if I have this one selected, there, that's perfect. Now I can switch slides easily. And then, okay, how do I protect it from being in? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh. Oh. I forgot to put backspace in the beginning. Oh. Ah. There we go. Now I can easily go between layers. Yeah, the problem though is that if I go too far, yeah, it'll just go to a folder. I can't protect it from visibility. Maybe it's possible. Let me Google it. Psi v2 prevent navigation to folder. Wait. Yeah, I think I'm on my own with this. Okay. Yeah, basically the thing is, I have to, you know, if I'm, obviously it's just tab before, you know, if I'm not sure. Because if I do that, you know what I can also do? So for this one over here, that's backspace and then control backspace. And it's always good to have a Control Z available, I guess. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, all this trying to make things easier. I mean, with practice, though, this is just like being autistic. With practice, I can make this really quick, you know? See, most people, when they're learning something new, it's kind of like this. Like if you're learning a skill, like using a paint tool, it's difficult for everybody, not just autistic people. So things like this, some people might have an easier time with, some people might have a harder time with. But in the end of the day, what matters is how you use it effectively. Not so much how you get there, but that you get there. And that's kind of that's what I've been trying to learn about you know what I should always do? I should add a layer and lock it called top. Top. And a layer called bottom. So if I want to switch to writing and notes, so if I go to writing, I need to add 2 layers. Top, bottom, okay, and lock those. There we go. Because then I'll know. Oops. See, that's exactly why. And when I get to top, I know not to press that anymore. Okay. I guess it's better to start. What? Yeah, there we go. Very obvious what it is. And then I know now which button to press. Okay, so go to the next one. And so you don't want to do that. Oh, and also, it's if as long as I use these buttons, it's not a big deal if I don't press it. Okay. I guess I don't need those, but it kind of helps. So if I want to create a new one... Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is great. And perfect. This is only 5 megabytes after all this. Compared to yesterday when I did all that stuff, it was like 100 megabytes. So it's like, I have a great resolution now. I got a great setup now. I got a great setup. I'm gonna have to go AFK for a bit in 15 minutes, and then we're gonna get to some actual writing. Now that we've like kind of gone through, well, no, see, the thing about writing is not in a vacuum. Writing is about stuff that exists in life, and the fact that we're talking about stuff like autism, that's something to write about. Like, this is a topic. You know, you don't write just to write, you write to write about something, and so it's really important. Regardless of what I do, this is useful. It's also helping me understand how my brain works. You know, so literally thinking about this stuff helps me. Now the problem is once I get to that, I need to make sure I don't press the button again, because otherwise... I mean, actually, let's see. Yeah, because at this point, this is your plan. What the fuck, dude? Thanks for the follow, Poopin', but you're banned. I guess the music was probably too quiet. Yeah, see, the problem here is once I get to start here, come on, dude. And I thought I had that turned off, I guess. At least now I know the alert box works. Oh, you just spit on your floor? Ugh. And I can't unblock you using this. I thought you were just being silly. Oh my god. Or maybe you weren't. I don't know. Oh, you're probably talking about me. Oh well. You're blocked. Get blocked, bitch. Yeah, what we doing here? Okay, we're being idiots and procrastinating. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I mean, this is obviously imperfect. But you know, if I want to make a new layer, all I have to do is press this button now. And I have a new layer. Now if I want to delete the layer, do it manually. Yeah, it's a little extra work. If you know, if obviously this is just for when I'm in like ideal. This helps out a lot. This helps out a lot. Being able to just switch with a button. Do this all day. It's my superpower, okay? I did brush my teeth, buddy. Yikes. Oh, I miss this. I miss you guys. I could do this all day. You know what? You know what it tells me when people troll against you? When people are trying to hate you? It tells me that they care enough to pay attention to you. That if they didn't think that I was a person worthy of success, that they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. They just ignore me. So they want to try to bring me down, thinking that they're getting to me. I hate to break it to you, buddy, but random people on the internet do not bother me. Obviously, it's not 100% true, but I pay attention to the people who matter, not the people who don't matter. You know, get fucked. You see, okay, let me draw it in a diagram here. So here is, oops. Here's troll. Let's here's hateful. Okay, let me draw you. Okay, here. Hateful idiot. Here's me. Here's positive people in my life. And this gets deflected. And it probably goes back to you. Oh my goodness. You gotta be deranged to be successful, by the way. Being successful is a delusion, and you have to be delusional to be successful. Because otherwise you would just give up on it like a normal person. You know, people who you know, start businesses and, you know, bring them and their other people to new heights. You know, are people who are going against perceived reality. Because reality shows you that, oh, you can't do this, it's not going to work. But if all you do is give up, you're never going to get there at all. I'm not doing this for the viewers, buddy. Here, let me show you something. Growth. strategy. Stream. Okay, these are separate. Stream is workshop. Chill. You know. Explore ideas. Do work. Have fun. Oh. And talk to followers. If you're here to hate me, you're not a real follower. I don't know why you're here. Actually, genuinely unlikable. Yeah, that's not real. Everyone I meet in my real life has a positive experience with me and has given me nothing but positive feedback. And all the people who've been in my life who have been giving me negative feedback are either irrelevant people on the internet or they're crazy people in real life, like just people who like yell and scream on the bus. You know, put things in perspective here. Yeah. The difference between growth strategy and stream is that the stream is a workshop and chill, and workshop can be doing work, which the workshop could be going into TikTok or YouTube. You know, working or my blog, because I'm working on a blog now. Like, that's kind of why I'm doing this stuff. Just brainstorming stuff. You know, getting my thoughts sorted out. Doing actual writing, eventually, which I do. Getting myself organized and getting my stuff worked out. I can do that on stream because it helps help me focus a little bit more instead of just being here and just being like, oh, I could be doing that. Oh, I'm just gonna lie down and do nothing. Or I could be here and be active and actually coming up with brainstorms and making notes. So that's the difference between stream and growth strategy. They're two different things, and at a certain point, growth strategy, unless I have like a certain amount of viewers, streaming won't be a part of that. When I'm like greater than or equal to like maybe like 25 to 100 viewers, then it can help grow. Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna go on a random person's stream and I'm going to type hateful things. I'm gonna tell them that they're never gonna be who they really are. That because I don't have a life of my own. I just want to point at people and laugh at them and call them nasty things that aren't true instead of living my own life. Come on, I believe in you. You can do better. You know? You think I'm wasting my time? Well, you know, at least I'm not going into random people's streams and telling them that they're pieces of shit. I'm not going into random people's streams and telling them they're not the gender they are. Like, come on, think about it. Like, if that's what you're doing, you're probably a bot, which means you're probably made by somebody who's a fucking loser. Like a total piece of human garbage. If that's all you do is make bots to go hate raid people. Like, seriously, like, what the fuck are you doing with your life? You know, makes me feel better about myself, honestly. I'm actually doing something. You know, I'm working on my blog. I'm working on my content. Yeah, so you guys are choosing to be an asshole. You know, there's no excuse for that. That's a deliberate effort. You know, me being autistic doesn't mean I have to be an asshole. I can choose not to make deliberate negative behavior. Now, that's not to say that sometimes my behavior isn't negative. There's a difference between that and deliberate negative. Anyway, I'll be right back. I got to go AFK a little bit. So, have fun, you guys.
Welcome.
Alright guys, I'm back. The music which likes to go doobie doobie doobie. A doob doob doobie 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 doo doop. A doobie doob. Space dogs! Coast to coast. Space dogs! Let's go! Welcome back, coast to coast. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, just taking care of some stuff with my case manager who's leaving, but she's passing the torch to somebody I believe I've already worked with, talked to at least. And so that's kind of, it's just how life is, you know, people work somewhere and then they leave and they pass the torch and all that. Just part of life. But it's sad, it's very emotional, and I'll get over it. We're in this next stage of my life, in this next stage of my transition, in this next stage of, you know, like just my life in general, where, you know, I'm trying to get housing and you know, stuff like that. I'm in a new map. You know, you go to a new map, there's new NPCs, you know? There's new NPCs. So, you know, some people are, you know, your party members, you know, like my friends and family. And, you know, sometimes you have to blacklist certain friends and family, but sometimes, most of the time, you just keep partying with them and raiding with them. And you know, sometimes, but, you know, there's NPCs who, so, you know, some might be part of like a long, you know, story mission. But then the story ends, you know, the chapter ends. What's up with my hair? And that's how life goes. That's how life goes. You just get to new stages, new maps, new NPCs. But it's still sad. Still sad. Although I'm in a much better place than I was mentally than when my old case manager passed the torch. I was having a really difficult time back then. But I'm doing better now, and it's because I had one of my surgeries, and I had my SSI, you know, started. And, you know, like, I'm just getting victory after victory after victory in my life. And it's really having a positive effect on me. It really is. It's really having a positive effect on me. Like, knowing that I'm making very real progress with my life. Not so much with my writing, but we'll get there, don't worry. It's just, Huh? What happened there? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, eventually we're gonna do some actual writing. Let me just, you know what, let me actually start a new... new writing template here. What I need to do, of course. Oh, in the actual template, I should do this. Bucket. What is going on here? Oh. Okay. Oops. I guess it doesn't matter if it's blue or red. Oh.
Link, here come to town, come to save the Princess Zelda.
Oh, we got some one-up mushroom.
Now the children don't play, but they will when Link saves the day. Hallelujah! Now Link, fill up your hearts so you can shoot your sword with power. And when you're feeling all down, the fairy will come around, so you'll be brave and not this is a coward. Now Link has stayed
There we go. $13.10. And today is 2022-03-07 Monday. Okay. Now what do we got here? Oh wait, what have I done? There we go. Oh no. What? I thought I did all that. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, it already opened it. There we go. $13.12 now. Save. There we go. Yeah, the only difference is when I switch, I only actually have to open up the tab to switch layers if I need to switch between notes and main writing. So it'd be nice if I could actually do some writing. I usually hide chat while that happens. But I'm also being really lazy, so it's like, it doesn't really matter. We're on nobody's schedule but my own. Nobody's schedule but my own. So really just sitting here and thinking about writing is sometimes actually really useful. Especially since we spent like 2 hours talking about stuff and, you know, coming up with, you know, notes and stuff like that. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know, I'll be right back.
Okay, what are we gonna write about? What are we gonna write about? Let's kind of. I was gonna do an exercise, but I didn't really end up doing it right. Let's see. Okay, we got some ideas. Let's do some ideas. Ideas. So yesterday I had a story that I was working on. Research grant. It's the working title, I guess. Research grant. Where Christy and Paul are the leaders of a neuroscience team researching how to create a video record of a person's memory. So memory is fallible. That's a key thing to note, and that memory can be hard to interpret. So those are the two things. Now, if they could bypass the memory part and get like an objective, I guess their goal would be to try to be getting an objective goal, objective record outside of personal record. Like if there's some kind of actual, like, kind of, if you consider memory, let me actually write this into a let's make it its own file. Let's save that as a random. Okay. Hola, Baxter. Trying to not be lazy and actually come up with short story ideas and work through it. But you know, at some point I have to actually do the writing. That's okay though. I'm not on anybody's time but my own, and I got plenty of time. You know, I'm only 34. I got my whole life. But I would like to, you know, start publishing short stories on my blog within a reasonable time frame, you know, not like months and months and months. I would like to, you know, probably get a story written relatively quickly. Yeah, just keep practicing going from beginning to end. And, you know, this story will happen in its own time. And every time I finish a story, I get better at finishing stories. And I'm sharing it with Stream because these are going to be published for free. These aren't my novel. My novel I want to sell, okay? I want to make money from my novel. And in order to do that, it means I have to do it with the door closed, so to speak. You know, but I also kind of like the social aspect of just hanging out when I'm doing note taking and just kind of you know, not like kind of shooting the shit or whatever. That's one thing. It's really helpful. It's like talking to chat and stuff. It's kind of helpful. But when I actually do the writing, I like, you know, turn off my second monitor and just like sit here and write in silence. Really boring to watch, possibly, but you know, it's just part of my process, okay? I'm not like a 30,000 concurrent viewer streamer. I don't need to worry about all that. I can do whatever I want on my stream. No, not whatever I want, okay? It's not that kind of stream. Oh, I remember when this remix came out. This is in the early days of OC Remix. Yeah, so I mean the thing is, Christy's the main character. But I need to like scene. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, let me just do red and blue for notes. I think it works better. Okay, so scene. Okay, look, act 1. Scene 1. So we have Christy frantically, because I already have the first scene written. Christy frantically looks for paper in her office with a specific formula on it. By the way, I also wanna... Yeah. Yes, remember, I need to remind myself. The difference between growth strategy and stream. Growth strategy is like making TikToks or Twitter or making YouTube videos or shorts and like blog. Oh, here we go. I can do work can do work, like actually write stuff for my blog. You know, so like doing the stream is for like workshopping and chilling. It doesn't really become a growth strategy until I reach a certain minimum viewer threshold. Then I can start doing like, you know, some things like you know, like do gaming streams and just do giveaways, do like things that help grow a community, because you need a community first before you can grow it. Okay, like come on, you don't really like force it, it just happens. So character trait reveals. Character trait reveal. Determined. But also disorganized. Okay, and then we have Paul knocks on a door. Christy hits head and happens to find the formula before putting it in your backpack. Okay, back to one. Okay. Yeah. Also developing my note taking, like I'm practicing taking notes. Like that's for my stories, which will help in the long run. The more I do it, the better I get. You know, doing these scene beat sheets. Doing these beat sheets. Paul delivers news that Sean's team got met the deadline ahead of them. So here's some notes. Paul is pragmatic and Paul is realistic. Wants to move on. But Christy doubles down. And some she's bitter that Sean took a more achievable research topic rather than try to innovate. Determined to make it work. Okay, so that's pretty much where I was left. That's where I left off. It's important for me to realize and well recognize. Oh, I'm gonna need a phone call. Just a second. An important message about your automobile's extended warranty. Yeah, that's not real. Okay, it's important for me to recognize that just because I haven't done the thing I'm trying to do doesn't mean I'm just sitting around doing nothing. And I think in my head, I keep getting this idea that I'm making excuses. But like, look at this. Like, I literally just outlined what I've already written and I put it in a more digestible like beat sheet. Like, that's a useful thing. Like, this is not just me procrastinating. You could argue it is, but you know. But it's going to help me build a framework for building the next scene. And usually what I do is I write the outlines after the fact. So I have a process. I talked about this here, let me open up the other one. Yeah, here, I already covered this yesterday. So what'll happen is I have a certain workflow I do. Or I come up with the idea in my head, of course, and that can take seconds or days or weeks or months or years. And this is always happening. Like, this is never something that just like there's no point where this stops. But then there's a drafting phase, which is mostly where I've never really gotten to the revision phase. At least for anything other than essays. I've done essays revision in college, but like I haven't really done revision for my fiction. I've never gotten to a place where I've gotten to that, but I am on my second draft of my novel. But what happens is this is kind of like this is kind of a process that feeds on itself a lot. So I'll just think about the idea, of course, but then once I get to drafting, and I do this either by handwriting, typewriting, PC or laptop, and that could be by, hand or typing. So hand, it can be paper or digital. Like right now I'm doing digital handwriting. I think handwriting is really good, especially in the early stage, because there actually have been studies that show and have a strong correlation between, memory retention and, you basically build stronger ideas. And you retain it better. You create better ideas when you're writing things out by hand instead of typing. Especially when it comes to this kind of stuff where it's like I'm note taking and mapping out my thoughts. So like handwriting is really, because it goes directly from your hand into your brain. It's really important. But I don't limit myself just to that. I also use a typewriter. I also use my PC, regular, LibreOffice. I have a whole system for that as well, and I may even just type on my phone. In fact, there's an app I was using once where it's kind of like Twitter, but it's like offline. It's like it was an app kind of like Twitter, where you would just type and make messages as if you were sending out a tweet, and it was kind of cool. Because, and you can't even edit them. It's just like Twitter. Like, you basically just write out whatever the hell you want, like, as you come up with them. And I feel like that's a really good system I can use for drafting on my phone. But the goal is I have separate stages of drafting where I'll write what's called outline scenes, where I improvise a scene, and usually it's like not anywhere near what it's going to look like in the finished product. It's pre-writing for an outline, and then once I get that outline, I pretty much make a more I make a more complete version of those scenes. Like I get like a basic outline version, and then I filter that into like something like this, where it's like it's more specific. There's more specific ideas here. These are like beat sheets. I write the scene, and then I go back and I like put them in a beat sheet, like what happens like beat by beat. Might get more and more complex as depending on what the scene is about. Scenes don't have to be super long. Scenes can be like kind of a few paragraphs. Like this is only 2 or 3 paragraphs and some dialogue. But that's a whole scene. When I say Act 1, Scene 1, doesn't necessarily mean like the scene like in a traditional play or anything. A scene, in my opinion, is just like a series of events that has like its own beginning, middle, and end. It has its own little teeny steps towards the overall story goal. In my mind, but I'll go between scenes. I'll write because it's not really it's kind of like shorthand. Especially since I'm writing it by hand, it's kind of like shorthand. I'll use full sentences because that's how I write. I don't like using shorthand like abbreviations or anything like that for writing. I'll write like by hand, like full, like as if I'm typing it. But then I'll make an outline of it, and then that'll give me more information so that later when I go back to write it, like I'll just keep doing this for the whole story. Like go between outline scenes and outline. I won't go back to write a more complete draft until I finish the whole story. So I kind of write outline, and this is kind of working for me right now. Like I'm just writing like a paragraph or two that kind of gives like a broad stroke of what the scene is. And then I have like an outline that like gives me something that's like a lot easier to digest. And then when I get to when I finish the whole story, like I have an outline for the whole story, then I basically do that again, but I have a much clearer version, and I'm going to be writing the scene out a lot more detailed. Like the draft scene is going to be closer to the finish. And then, of course, throughout this, I'll like put both of these into a main document just so I have a complete collection. It's very important that I have a complete collection of everything I've written, including the outline scenes, the drafted scenes. Just put all of it in a document, and that's why it's really important that I timestamp things by time and date. So like in this setup here, it's not really so important that I have like especially with the notes, not super important the time that I put on it, but I at least need the first page to have a time on it. But the thing is, it's the reason I timestamp them is so that I don't get them mixed up if I use multiple inputs. Like if I do if the entire day I just do handwriting, or I just do typewriting, or I just do like PC digital typing, then it won't really matter because it's all in one place. But if I do a mixture of those, then it's important that I have them sorted out by time of day in 24 hours format. And you know, of course, no matter what, I sort them out by you know, no matter what, I sort them out by the actual date, and year, dash, month, dash, day, and then the 3-letter day. It's important that I have it like that, because so that when I transcribe it, I can put it in the document in the place where it would fit best. You know, I keep things in my main document organized in the navigation panel using headers. Yeah, and so, you know, like one day at a time, even if all I do today is just kind of think about the story, I've accomplished something. And first of all, I already got my writing done for the day. And we can still get more writing for this specific thing, but I already did my journaling. Every morning I do my journaling. No matter what else I write today, I've already achieved my goal. And so it's important that I do a little bit each day. And obviously, even just thinking about the story is more than nothing. So at least I'm thinking about it. I need something to eat, so I'll be back. And you found empty gaming chair so you can have it? Thanks? Oh, well, you know you're welcome. Mackie, what you doing? How you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me, Mackie? Why? You took away my gaming chair. Why you do that to me? You took it away. It's all I have. It's all I own. It's my gaming chair. Yeah. We're procrastinating by, like, not actually doing any writing. I'm giving myself the illusion that I'm making progress. It's not an illusion. I'm actually making good progress. You know, writing is a process. You know, you gotta work with these things. Why you take my gaming chair? Why? Why? It's all I own. It's all I own. Why you take it from me? Why? You take my gaming chair. It's all I own. Nom nom. I'm gonna have some green tea. Green tea. Space ducks, you little you little buddy of mine. You're so good. You're so tasty. I'm gonna eat you. Ooh, you've given me so many hours of entertainment, Space Ducks. You don't know how happy you make me. You are yummy. And wait, not only that, but every time I eat you, it makes you it makes a copy of you, so you're still alive. Every time I eat you, I'm eating a copy of you. I'm not actually eating you. So it's like a copy that it's like just yum yum. You get to go around going quack, 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 quack. And I just keep eating copies of you. That's how this works. That's how this works. Because I'll eat you. I'll eat you, Space Ducks. It is kind of cool. It uses technology that doesn't exist. It fractures space and time to make a direct, exact copy of you without sentience. So that I can eat you indefinitely. And that solves world hunger. And also, it's humane because it has no sentience. Every time we make a copy, it's just a literal copy without sentience. Some would say it doesn't taste as good, but, you know, those people, we don't care about those people, okay? Those are just weirdos. Okay, it tastes just as good. But without the killing. Only the eating. We've got some green tea. We've got some green tea. We've got some green tea. We're gonna drink it. I'm gonna get DMCA'd for that. Yeah, now. I don't even know what to do with myself. I'm a crazy lady. Not really. I'm actually pretty normal. Oh, there's the end. Oh, oops.
Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow.
Yeah, I want to get the note-taking color like that in the remake. 17%. Okay, there we go. Oh, you know what happened? I need to delete. I need to open up. I need to add it back in. Okay. It's also, oh, you know what it is? It's too zoomed in, so it's different. Yeah, it's different texture. Not really gonna work. Oh. Unless, okay.
God. I don't know if this is even gonna be what it needs to be. Come on, it's too big. That's why. Resize it. That'll work better. I need to have it to the right size. It's too big. That's what the problem was. Yeah, the file was the texture was a lot bigger than what it needed to be. Let's get that.
The night was cold and bitter, he was looking for an inn, when the devil shined before him, showing off an awful grin. The demon speaking frozen and he nodded to the beast.
Yeah, that's...
The dark was said can make you laugh and feast. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. Grab yourself a bottle of wine and drink it with delight. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. At me table you will find yourself another pint. Well, the young man said, don't bother, soon I'll find an inn, because your home and castle is built on wicked sin. The devil looked offended as the offer was denied, but still he opened up the door, inviting him inside. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. Grab yourself a bottle of wine and drink it with delight. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. At the table you will find yourself another pint.
Oh, I need to do it again.
Make you whole. And all I ask of you, good sir, is your immortal soul. The dark one asked, are you not tempted? He said, not the least. For little did the devil know the man talking was a priest. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. Grab yourself a bottle of wine and drink it with delight. Come within these walls of mine before the frosty bite. At me table you will find yourself another pint.
I'd resize it yet again. It's so big. It's so big. Such a big texture. Okay. There we go. Uh-uh. Okay. Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, right? No? Yeah, 50%. There we go. A little bit better. It's still a little bit too yellow. Or you know what I could do? That's kind of nice. 36%. Okay. Wait. Okay, and then how come and there's like a oh there we go. Oh, what was the saturation at? Uh-oh. Did I just go all the way down?
No, I didn't. Oh god, what was the saturation? Trying to get it to exactly. Yes, it doesn't have to be exact. It just has to be not yellow, but not all the way black and white. I want a little bit of. I think right there. Minus 31. Okay. And then what I do, because this is the template, lock it, lock it, lock it. And save it. Okay, and that's fine for now. New documents created from the template are gonna be whatever it needs to be. Okay, so oh, except I needed to. Okay. Okay. Kinda cool. I'm getting my workshop development set up. That's what we're doing. It's really important. Even though it seems like I'm wasting time, I need to remember that. I need to remember that even though I feel like I'm not doing anything, I really am doing a lot. That's one of the problems I've been trying to get rid of in my life. I'm trying to get rid of that idea that I'm wasting time, because I'm not. A lot of the times I've been doing, you know, this is why I started journaling in the first place, where I started actually every single day. I write down the progress so far and then the goals. So no matter what I do, I have a record reminding myself every morning that how far I've come. Instead of just like kind of living in this like imaginary world where I feel like I've been doing absolutely nothing and that I'm a failure and going through this constant cycle of negative thought. Instead of that, I'm actually trying to get into the habit of reminding myself that I really have been doing a lot of things. Like, the fact of the matter is, I did not have this setup a couple days ago. In fact, yesterday I had the setup, but the files were like 100 megabytes. And now, you know, I've added all these different slides, all these different pages of layers, and it's only 5 megabytes instead of 150 megabytes. Extreme reduction in file size. Extreme reduction. I don't want like gigabytes of data being used, okay? I can be in 360p. And in fact, if it got so big, I could always make it into like 240p. I think it should be fine.
The base file starts at 3 megabytes instead of 100 megabytes. That's a huge reduction. That's a 97% reduction in file size. The warriors have engaged the enemy. Oh. Even though, like, I do have extra space on the on the stream, so like it just looks kind of weird and janky if I move it too close. I think if I keep it on the border, even though it's smaller slightly, it's cleaner. I don't know. Not a big deal. Ugh. Yeah, you know, the way I work, I like to take breaks, okay? So I take breaks. You know, I don't like burning myself out. So even though my stream might run a little long sometimes, I'm really not even there the whole time. Like, so I need to like stop feeling like I have to like limit myself, because if I feel like running the stream, there's a reason. Like if I wanted to end the stream, I would. The reason I'm just running the stream is because I like to have like a focus point. I like to be able to like, because I think sometimes I work better alone. Sometimes I work better when I feel like there's like I have. It's a different kind of feeling, even when there's nobody here. It's a different kind of feeling when you have the light on you and you know you're streaming. Like I know that like I'm not going to get sidetracked. Like there's all, and also I have an audio and visual record of my activity. So it's like I think it's really good. Regardless of whether or not I come back to use that video, that doc, because you know it's important for me. It's kind of like this story. This story is about you know, a team of researchers trying to be able to have a visual record of someone's memory. Like, you know, it's just like the reason why we write things down in the first place. You know, so that we can study it and work with it. Because otherwise, you know... So we have focus, methods, so we have offline, and we have online. So it's like stream. It has structure. Social awareness. So it's like I know that I'm not gonna like get naked or anything, you know? Like it's like I'm in public, like I'm at the library. So this is kind of like, you know, this is kind of like offline. I can, you know, just like completely private, you know, private. There's, you know, no distractions except myself. And environment. I choose. There's also public, like library, etc. Social awareness is a big part. Knowing that people can see you kind of puts you in a different state of mind. Like just like with streaming, like, you know, this is these two. These two are kind of the same. Like doing a stream is the same as being offline. but have the same social awareness. There could also be Discord or Zoom. Zoom/Discord. That also has social awareness. And that's the reason, you know, there are times when that's a good thing and when that's a bad thing. Because sometimes there's too much social awareness, you know? Yeah, there we go. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, focus methods. Yeah, so the social structure, social awareness, the social awareness is the main thing. The difference between studying in public or private. You know, working on things offline or online, or whether it's private or public, offline. Online, it's always going to be public. Because when I say online, I'm not talking about internet. Public by nature. You know, because when I say offline, I mean not. I mean both. Not, you know, on the internet, online means you know, there's you know, this is considered offline if you're not on stream. When I say like streaming, that's online, like, but like Zoom or Discord with a few people, or you know, showing, you know, a few people, that's still online, but it's, you know, it's still public. And these are always public. Offline with quotes, okay. So the reason I stream mostly is, you know, since I'm not really, this is the wrong thing, isn't it? You know, it's just slightly related to this. Yeah, the fact that these are two different things. Stream is different than growth strategy, but stream can be part of your growth strategy. In as much as you can do work on stream, and that's kind of how I treat my stream. This is my workshop. This is where I work on things. And I don't use it when I want to be offline. Because these have their benefits as well, but they also have their they have their faults. Each of these, because obviously, if I'm streaming, there's things that go into this that can take away from my focus. Same with this, like, you know, I can take away from my own because I might distract myself. For example, if I'm private, I definitely can get naked. Which is not always a bad thing. You know, I really don't think... You don't need to always be grinding. Like, right now, I'm just chilling, and that's fine. You know, I am slowly working on what I want to work on. Oop. There's like some bug flying around. Jeez. Oh, I think I got it. Yeah, another thing I'm trying to get over is that, like, you know, obviously since the stream is a workshop, you know, by its nature, and that I'm not really using it as a growth strategy at this point, I literally have no time constraints. I don't have to keep it going, and I also don't have to stop it. If I really wanted to, I could keep the stream on 24 hours a day. But obviously I don't really want to. I gotta do other stuff. You know, I gotta do stuff in private. Like watch Netflix. Can't do that on stream because of the MCA. Can't watch Star Trek on stream. And also, I think it's just like sometimes you get too much. Like if I have that too much of the structure and too much of the social awareness, it starts to take away eventually. But I'm also like, the reason I stream in the first place these past 2.5 years is it's given me that structure that I need specifically because I'm autistic. So it helps give me social awareness. That's something that I actually have to actively work on. because I need a different path. I have a different meta. My brain has a different meta. Why did I word that this way? I meant the opposite. Oh yeah, they think autism is quirky behavior, and it's really weird. So this is what people think autism is. They think it's quirky behavior or somebody showing no emotions or whatever. They think people stimming or having meltdowns are crazy or violent. But the real reason is that you just have a different meta in your brain. You know, if it's Path of Exile, you have the neurotypical meta, which is like, you know, the best build. But we don't have the best build. We have a custom, and it may not be that this is the best build. Is that this is the build that is most likely to get you to point B without much issue in today's society. This is not a bad build. It's just that society makes it a bad build. Because society is not set up for people with this build. Just means I have to work extra hard to get to the point B. That's what autism is. I have this, you know, neurotypical people have this straight path, and autistic people like me have this like kind of convoluted path. Depending on like what area, you know, because depending on how much we've practiced a specific skill, like social skills can be practiced, and this can be smoothed out a little bit.
Okay. Oh God.
Okay, yeah, now I need something just to point. Yeah, now I have it. Oh, that stupid bug's still around. Okay, here we go. Yeah, now if I just press S, it'll, nothing I do will do anything now. I needed that. Because I kept, like, accidentally doing stuff like that. So it's like I need to be able to point at stuff. See, you know, this is useful. Like, you know, I get better and better and better, like with the practice at doing presentations, which can be important outside of streaming and stuff. Like this is helpful for when I want to make like a YouTube video or something, or when I want to do a presentation live. Like, you know, what if I have to do a presentation for something? You know, I want to be, you know, I want to be able to use my tools effectively. You know, I'm really good at my tools. I can like load this up in OBS and then start virtual camera and share it on Zoom or on Discord. And everybody thinks I'm a technological genius if you do that. Or I just have everything. They're like, whoa, how did you do that? What app are you using? And I'm like, oh, it's a custom app. Like this is something I designed custom. And people are kind of impressed by stuff like that in the real world. You know, normies. On the internet, people don't give a fuck because everybody's like that. We take it so much for granted, you know? For granted. Like Rick Sanchez thinks it's take it for granted. I can't believe, you know, maybe he doesn't read much books. You know, because like, you know, Rick Sanchez, he's done a lot of studying. You know, he didn't really read anything colloquially, it seems. He mostly just studied science and math. And so it's like you don't really say things like take for granted. That's a colloquial thing. So he probably never read that. So he always thought it was take it for granted. Because maybe he thought that like, oh, if you take it for granted, like granite is like, it just exists. Like you could say it means the same thing. Like you could say like, okay, let's actually write this down. Take for granted. And that's versus take for granted. You could say they mean the exact same thing. No, it doesn't work. You can say that they both mean the same thing if you change the way you frame it, like. Which is I guess you can miss it when it's gone. Or you think it's just a fact of life. You know, because granted, it's a constant. It exists. Now, when you take something for granted, it means the same thing. You can say the same thing and it means the same thing. that it's given to Grant, not Hugh Grant. Never doesn't exist. You know, so you could say it's the same meaning. You're gonna take it for granted. Was that really what Rick Sanchez meant? Did he say it on purpose? Or did he really not know? He's a fictional character, so we'll actually never know. And actually, we actually never know what people's internal. We actually never know what people's internal beliefs are. We only know what they tell us. So even if it's a fictional character or not, like, you know, fictional character or not. So I don't know. Yeah, I made this file read only. Because it was too big, you know. Even though I did lower the resolution and make it smaller, it's still like, now this current one, the current setup is so much more efficient. Oop. So much more efficient.
Okay. 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 Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was in the old format, but so I'm making that whole thing read only. You know, because I have some nice notes there. Okay. Okie dokie. This is... What? Oh, you know what I did? I think I did something wrong here. I'm on the wrong layer. I guess I wouldn't say negative, it's more like, Yeah, negative. It's behavior that takes away from people's well-being. You know, like if you go around and just tell people to fuck off, you know. If it's deliberate, it's different, you know, then, you know, that's... If it's a willful act, you know, it's one thing if you do something... It's one thing if you do something without, you know, you're not trying to do it. You're still trying to get to point B. Like, that's part of this. Like, a lot of the times, this behavior, this pathway trying to get to point B can have the appearance of looking like this. But if you get to point B and then you do this, and then you're an asshole, then you're still an asshole regardless, because you already got to B. Once you get to B, it doesn't matter how you got there. You just have to get there. So going from point A to B is just different, and sometimes a lot more difficult for autistic people. That's why it takes me so many times of like repeating the same things. And why streaming is actually really helpful for me. And I've talked at length with my therapist about how I've used my stream as a kind of personal workshop. Even though a lot of people out there, you know, people like Devin Nash is a person I very highly respect, but I have to take information from people and adapt it for my own usage, and I think it's really important to do that. I try to start from people like him, start from their advice, but then I need to adapt things specifically for what works for me, because I know how at least after the past, you know, lifetime I've had of trying to understand my brain, and especially like with all the, especially with like all the years of basically like self-training. I didn't have a therapist for most of my life, so I had to develop all these strategies to, you know, because my brain's wired differently. So I reacted a lot to external stimuli. Like I built like a whole bunch of different paths that are extremely, in some cases, some kind of simple and similar to this, but in a lot of cases are a lot more winding like this, and it's caused me a lot of pain. And so it's like, you know, I know how my brain works to an extent. You know, obviously nobody knows exactly how their brain works, but especially with therapy, having guided DBT, trying to get myself out of the old habits. I've talked about at length, I've talked with my therapist many times about how, like, just running the stream even when nobody's here, like right now, about how much it gives me like a structure, you know, like this, you know, I need this structure to explore ideas and to do work. Like right now I'm just kind of exploring, and you know, this is important stuff. You need to be able to take notes and come up with ideas, especially when it comes to my writing. Like I literally wrote like an outline to the scene I already wrote. I already drafted a scene yesterday, and so now I'm trying to you know, just kind of gather my thoughts, gain some structure, and that's perfectly reasonable. This is a very long process, and I have no time limit. This is a personal project. I want to be able to publish to my blog on a regular basis, but I need to actually have finished work in order to do that. And for now, I'm just going to put up everything as soon as it's ready. Like, I'm going to write a short story. I'm obviously writing my novel separate from this. I'm doing that offline. I'm doing my novel writing offline, but I'm doing short story writing on stream, because it's going to be published publicly for free. So it's okay if it gets leaked. I'm not going to like sell these. It's a short story. Short stories are basically practice, and they're very important for developing your craft. Like it makes you a better writer. It really does. Like it's a really it's like I mean it's not it doesn't particularly if you want to get good at writing novels then you should just start writing novels. Like I am writing a novel, but I also want to write short stories. I think short stories have a lot of power. Especially for people who like you can get a full idea. It's the way you write a short story is different than a novel. Because a novel you have a lot of space to work with. You can kind of pace it a certain way. And that's why writing novels is really the only way to get better at writing novels. If you write short stories, you get better at writing short stories. But I believe it gives you a lot of practice building structure for your stories in general that you can then transfer over to your novels. You can use the things that you've done and just getting things from start to finish, like start, you know, begin from nothing to publish, like, you know, from idea to publish. That does a lot. You know, it gives you a lot more skill, in my opinion. Oops. It's kind of like at a weird angle. Mm-hmm. Weird angles. I have Tim. It's really hard to like wrap my head around it. I mean, it's like it feels like I'm running out of time every single day, that like I'm not using my time effectively, or that I'm just wasting time. And ironically, thinking that way ends up wasting time, because you're spending all that time super negative and like not accomplishing anything. Where if I just learn how to relax and just let go, like I'll actually get stuff done instead of just constantly worrying about using up all my time. But even then, it's like it feels like we have barely any time alive. Like, I'm 34 years old. For me, it feels like I am running out of time. But I could live another 34 years and still have time. And it's so hard it's so difficult for people my age, for me, you know, for me at least, to wrap my head around that. Because when we're like 18 to 34, I feel like this is probably the time where we start to figure it out. Like in your mid-30s. Is when you start realizing how fucking young you are. Like, you feel so old, but you're not. Like, it's like some little kid running around saying, "Oh, I'm old. I'm a grown-up." And then everybody who's like actually like in their 60s and 70s is like, "Oh, that's cute, dear." And even they have plenty of time, you know? If you live a healthy life, you eat right, you don't do drugs or alcohol, or, you don't smoke, you take care of yourself. Obviously, things can end your life. You're never safe. But if you live a relatively healthy life, it depends on genetics partly, but you can expect to probably live at least like 70 years to 80 years, possibly even 90 years. And a lot of people say, oh, they don't want to be 90. The reason why they don't want to be 90 is because they're assuming that you have to work harder as you get older to be healthy. So it's like working out becomes like a necessity once you're 30. Like, you have to work out a little bit, and it takes little teeny tiny steps. You don't just do it all at once, because what ends up happening is if you start doing everything all at once and you think that you're running out of time, you'll end up getting frustrated and you won't actually achieve it, because you'll end up, sabotaging yourself. But because you're trying to be perfect right away, you have plenty of time to learn how to do it right. And it's about stuff that you do over time, not stuff that you do all at once. So you don't have to go out and run like 4 miles a day. Go just like get out of bed and stretch. Do some breathing exercises. Do some stretching. And if nothing else, you did that. And then maybe a week later, you start walking a little bit. Like, you walk across to the mailbox and back. And then a week later, you start doing a little bit more exercise, like you start doing yoga, and a week later you keep doing that, like 1 week at a time, just do a little bit more, and before you know it, you're like out running 4 miles like 3 days a week, and doing other like yoga throughout every day, yoga, like headstands, stretchings, different kinds of yoga. Which yoga, if nothing else, like I do a headstand, and I started doing it again because I didn't feel safe doing anything. It's only been 2 weeks since my surgery, so this morning I did a short headstand, and over time, at first I was very awkward, and I have to, I use my door as a safety net. I don't want to die. I don't want to get injured. I'm not trying to challenge myself so I can do it perfect. I'm trying to actually get healthy, So yeah, it's yeah, I'll be back. I'm kind of worked up, you know. Not really worked up. It's more like I need a period of time where I rest, because I literally just had a surgery that is a huge step forward in my path. And I also just started receiving SSI, but it's not much. It's not much. I thought it was going to be more, but it's not much. But it's better. It's better than what I was earning. They think I'm earning $300 a month, and it really pissed me off, because it's like I am not earning $300 a month, because the nature of my work is very sporadic, but they count it as an income, even though it might not even happen some months. And I don't know. Maybe I'll get there eventually. I have time to work on it. Like, you know, I have time. I have a safety net now that I didn't have before, and that's big. My psychiatrist told me that, you know. I'm not just sitting around doing nothing. I am actively working on improving my life. The fact that I got SSI in the first place, I'm going to therapy, working with my doctors, trying to advance my life, but it's just so daunting. It's so daunting how being an adult, like how difficult it is. You know, like that I have SSI, but like that might not last forever. And they can take it away from me if I earn too much. But then it's like, it's one thing if I earn enough money, I have to be able to sustain it. Then the reason I get SSI in the first place is because I can't sustain it. I might be able to get a job, but I might not be able to keep that job for very long. Like, I might be able to work for a year, and if I work for a year and earn a certain amount, they'll stop my SSI. But that is extremely terrifying to me. That in order to keep my safety net, I have to earn, like, nothing. And I guess this is the next stage of my life right now. It's like, it's a new challenge. It's a new challenge. It's a new challenge. This is, you know, just like going through these surgeries, this is the next step. And getting housing, that's the next step. Just a little teeny tiny bit at a time, just trying to be an adult. I'll get there. I have time. I have time. I actually found a charger. I bought a charger. That's for like my Amazon Fire. I just we keep taking one deep breath at a time. You know, it just feels, it feels like torture. I'm just trying to build myself a safety net, a financial safety net. Just trying to build something for myself. But if I start earning money, they might take away my safety net. And so it's really... They think I'm earning $300 a month and I'm not. Which means I have to start working harder. But I can't. I'm in a lot of stress. You know, I was earning some money doing my OnlyFans and stuff, but that I haven't been able to do. You know, I just had surgery 2 weeks ago, but besides that, I've been in a lot of depression. And I don't know, maybe I don't know, I also found out that they gave my back pay. They're not going to give me any more. I thought there was going to be like 20,000, but it's not. They're paying me like this absolute bare minimum possible. I don't know. I'm going to be back later. I had to take a shower. Feel a little bit better. Oh god. Just so difficult, you know? Like I don't understand why it has to be so difficult. You know, just to get like the bare minimum of life. Like I'm getting through it. Okay, I feel really overwhelmed, but I'm also trying to stay calm because things seem worse in my own head than they actually are. Like, I literally have an income now. I didn't have that before. And yeah, it's frustrating because I don't know how to change that. You know, I can't... I don't want to live the rest of my life with like $500 a month. Like, I don't want to live in the trailer park with my dad until he dies. And then I'll be homeless. Like, I'm trying so hard not to cry right now, but, you know, if I'm left alone, it'll be worse, you know? Having a little bit of this, like I said earlier, some of the social awareness. You know, the social awareness. When there's social awareness, there's... It's practice for real life. And, you know, honestly, as terrible as, you know, as little progress as I've made with my social media and my like stream and YouTube and stuff, as little progress as I've made, like it's paid dividends to my real life, because for all the stuff that goes wrong during my streams and stuff, that's not happening anymore in real life. Like, I don't have meltdowns as much. I mean, I sometimes do if things are just so overwhelming. Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I don't know. Like, I'm trying not to freak out, because it's so, there's nothing I can do about it. I've already made so much good progress, and it's gonna get better. Okay, this is step one. You know, let me, instead of getting worked up and crying, I can, you know, just let's see what I can do different. You know, let's make a new thing. Let's build new habits. You know, here's where I was. Here's where I was. Here's where I was. You know? That's where I was. This is where I was. But now, Now I have a basic income. And this is where I need to hit, this is where I can start working towards now. I actually have a staircase now. I didn't have a staircase before. I have a staircase now. And that's something I didn't have before. And so that's something to be proud of, and that's something to be happy about. You know? You know? I have career opportunities now. I don't have these things weighing me down anymore. Like literally and figuratively. Like I got rid of my balls, okay? But not just that, like I had a ball and chain from not having an income. Now I have a guaranteed income. At least for the next 3 years, I think. However it works out. I don't know how. They said they'll reassess in 3 years. You know, that gives me time. I have time. I have time. So, you know, as difficult as it seems, as painful as it seems, as impossible as it seems, I leveled up. It's so hard to accept it. It's so hard to accept that I've moved forward, because it doesn't feel like it. It feels like I'm still at the same spot. But I mean, like literally, like so many things have been happening in my life. I should be happy. And you know what? It's okay not to be happy. Okay, I don't have to be happy. I'm trying to. I'm trying to be happy for the things that have happened in my life. You know, like I've gotten my surgery. I need 2 more, but I have a consultation already for one of those, and I already had a consultation for one, and I'm on standby list for the vaginoplasty. I'm gonna be having consultation for facial feminization literally in 2 days. So I'm literally making progress. I got SSI. That took 2 years. That took 2 years of effort, and I might not be getting much money, but it's something. It's something to make me hold out on making something better. And I know that other people might think that I'm like wasting my life, that I'm doing nothing, but you have not lived my life. These people. You know, I can't compare myself to non-autistic people. To anybody but myself. And compared to myself, I have made phenomenal growth. Phenomenal. Like, I actually don't even know how I did it. Like, but I keep beating myself up, and it's like, that goes back to... I need to be kind to myself. And I'm using my time as effectively as I am currently able. And I have time. Yeah, so as hopeless as it feels, you know, as hopeless as it feels sometimes, you know, I really am, you know, I really am making like huge leaps and bounds in my life. It's so frustrating, especially since, like, I don't know, I still have so far to go, you know, and I just... It's so overwhelming. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to get to where I need to be. It's perfectly okay not to do anything. It's perfectly okay just to be here and exist in my mind and to be in the present. I don't always need to be doing something. And who cares about my stream? My stream is inconsequential. I've been trying to learn that. I've been trying to learn to, like, let go of what happens on stream. Like, there's nobody here. And if there are, well, you know, I'm sure they understand. You know? I'm not like a top tier star, you know, I'm not Mizkiv. Or Amaranth. Or Justin Minx. Or the Botez sisters. You know, I'm not these people, okay? So it's like I don't have to hold myself up to these crazy standards. And honestly, I don't even think they have to. Like, but that's a different story because there might be, like, you know, contractual stuff going on with them that nobody knows about except them. So, and, you know, the parties involved. But I know what's involved in my life, and I know my situation. For all you know, I could be under contract. For all you know, I'm actually like a super famous person. No, you would know. For all you know, I'm hired by Twitch to make you think that I'm a nobody. And Twitch purposely pulls away stream, like, people click on my, they make it so that nobody can find my stream on purpose. So that, you know, if anybody accidentally comes to my stream, they pull them away. I'm actually an actress. I'm hired by Twitch to show you how hopeless being a streamer is. That's been my job the past 2.5 years. Is in, you know, Twitch offered to pay for my vaginoplasty. And in exchange, I had to stream to 0 viewers for 2.5 years. So that they could use me as an example of why people shouldn't try to stream. They told me what to say. They told me what to do. My dad was in on it. I'm actually a professional actress hired by Twitch. I don't know. I'll get to where I need to be, and there's paths forward. Like I said, you know, like there's a staircase now. Where now that I have a basic income, I have a staircase instead of being chained down to the ground. But there's so many things like to consider. I have no idea how running a business works. And obviously it's something that you pick up as you go. Like, you know, nobody knows everything. In order to learn how to do it, you have to do it. You know? Like, yeah, I could go to college for business. Is that really going to tell me what I need to know? You know, it changes second to second, basically. You know, you can't really, like, I mean, obviously there's a lot of things I could learn, like accounting and stuff like that, but, you know, those are kind of evergreen skills. You know, and basically like business law, but, you know, it's like, if it gets to a point where I need to pay attention to that, I would just be willing to just hire a lawyer. You know, I don't want to have to do all that. It's too much. I want to focus on building my business. I don't want to focus on the nitty-gritty parts. I want somebody else, you know, it may mean that I'll end up earning less money, but I don't really care about a ton of money. I already have a basic income now. I can only go up from here. Now, obviously, if something really bad happens and I get it all taken away from me, that would be pretty bad, but I wouldn't be going backwards. I would still be going forward. I would still be in a better position than I was yesterday. Yeah, it's really difficult to be a person, like, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Right now I'm getting stuck in a loop again, but I need to remind myself with this little picture I drew. I need to remind myself that, like, it's not as bad as I think it is, and I'm getting there. I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to actually look at things and be objective. Like, objectively, I'm like 3 bajillion times better than I was 2.5 years ago. Like, objectively. And I get better every day. And you know why? It's because I have a forward trajectory. I have a positive mindset. I am doing the work. Hey, Legions. Legion is fucking back. Are you talking about World of Warcraft? I don't know. Sorry to put you on the spot there. I'm just basically going through some depression right now. Every time, see, I'm doing it better. I was feeling really good today, and then I get a letter that just tells me about my SSI award, which I took 2 years to get. It took me 2 years to get SSI, but now I'm actually receiving a basic income. It's not much. It's barely enough. And oh, it's way better than what I was getting before, which was basically $0 a month. That being said, I was earning like $50. I don't know. I have some strong supporters. I have some strong supporters like on OnlyFans and stuff, but I have a basic income now. And this thing happens where I get information about something and my mind like leaps to a whole bunch of conclusions, and I've been getting better at not doing that. I've been getting much better at not doing that, but it still happens because I everything happens like it feels like it's happening right now, but like the information I got is like a long-term, like 3-year thing. Like they're not going to reassess my SSI for 3 years, they said. There's a couple things I need to like verify, like, you know, make sure that I, you know, don't screw things up. You know, if I earn a certain amount of money for a period of time, that might be a good thing. It might seem like a good thing, but like the thing is like at any given moment I might stop because I have extreme depression and my autism related issues force me to, like, you know, I haven't been able to make any content for like 3 months. Like I was making content like October through December, and I was making money. I had an upward trajectory on OnlyFans, and like I just stopped. And part of it is like surgery. I had a surgery, like a orchiectomy, which I'm recovering from, and so I mean physically I just can't make content. I'm not really in the mood because I'm depressed, and depression is slowly receding, but it's something that gets in the way. And the thing is if I start earning an income and it starts to be a good amount and then they take away my SSI, that's gonna put those ball and chain back on me, like that ball and chain. If I lose my SSI, those goes right back on, unless I make enough money where I have a safety net. Like if I can save up like, you know, tens of thousands of dollars or something, then I won't have those, because it's like, well, I'll have a big safety net. But it's still scary as fuck. Still scary as fuck. It's not terrible though, you know. It could be worse. It could be like, you know, where I was. It could be like where I was like 2.5 years ago. Nothing, when I had nothing. I was, you know, before I got on hormones, before I even started working in therapy and trying to get on SSI. You know, I could be still there, and I'm not. I've moved past that part of my life into this next unknown, and you know, there's so many scary things about the unknown, you know. It's scary as fuck. Life is really fucking scary. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I'm not talking to anybody. I don't even know if you're still here, so that's all. It doesn't make a difference to me. I just am trying to work through stuff. At the very least, doing a little bit of actively working on, you know, on my writing, but not really. you know, I've outlined a scene that I already wrote. Ah. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I got a paragraph. 1 page. I got 1 page in 6 hours. After all that, I got 1 paragraph. Like 1 paragraph in 6 hours. Oh well. That's how it goes sometimes. You know, I worked on a bunch of different stuff today. You know, I didn't just do a paragraph, you know. Oof. Yeah, 500 words a day, you know, on a good day. Somebody even told me once, like, even like 150 words a day. And I think there is a writer that did say 50 good words a day. Yeah, and you know, like, that's why I waited 6 hours just to write a single paragraph. Jeez. I don't want to get burned out. Yeah, I think it's important. I really do think it's important to, like, you know, just get a little bit done at a time. You know, just like life. You know, I feel like there's this need to, like, get everything done. But, like, you try to get everything done and you don't do it as well as you need to. You know, you actually it takes more time. You think that you get more done, but you actually get less done. I mean, it's always something, but I don't know. Towards the last week of NaNoWriMo in 2014, when I, like, wrote the last stretch of I met the goal. I got to 50,000 words in NaNoWriMo 2014. It started my novel. And I'm on the 2nd draft of my novel now that I've been writing off stream, but, like, lately I've kind of wanted to focus on just getting started on the short stories. And I want to focus on this short story and get it all the way to completion. I'm not really counting words as much. As you know, obviously in NaNoWriMo I was being really, like, you know, like, meticulous about, like, counting words, because that was, like, part of my goal. Like, it was keeping me focused. But, like, on the last week of NaNoWriMo, in order to play catch up, because I had took a couple days off, like, each week, and I wasn't writing as much, I wrote 8,000 words a day on the last week. By then the draft started getting really deteriorating, but I met my goals, and that was what I was set out to do. I set out to write 50,000 words, and I did. But nowadays, obviously, I'm trying to just build habits. And now, you know, today, most of the stream, I was actually just kind of getting acquainted with my my handwriting and note taking. Like, you know, that's a goal in and of itself. You know, I got things set up better than it was yesterday. way better than it was yesterday. And now, not only that, I got the file size down, like, significantly. And you know, this goes beyond writing. You know, this note taking I can do for a lot of new stuff on my stream now. Like, not just for my fiction. Yeah, write the number of the page for the day. And this is all today, so I only have one page today. But I queue up my pages, you know, the first one on the bottom. And then I make like a red circle indicating that it has not been transcribed yet. Meaning I have not typed this into a document. Which I will eventually. After I get enough pages, I'll start doing that separately. I'm kind of excited what's going to happen with Christy and Paul and Sean, and you know, whatever is going to happen in this story. You know, because is she going to? Like, I'm imagining, like, she ends up pulling out, like, at the last minute, she makes some crazy discovery. Like, you know, this story, I'm not trying to, like, you know, every story's already been written, but it hasn't been written quite the way that I'll write it. And this is still a draft, and this is an outlined version of the draft. So these are shorter scenes, mostly to indicate, like, big, you know, big movement. And then each new iteration that I write a draft, I get more and more expansive, you know, especially once I start doing the real draft. Like, this is kind of the early draft, especially the handwriting. The handwriting's like super early. Maybe I'm gonna do the cliche thing where after this, she has by looking at the bubbles, she has some kind of she has some kind of spark of creativity, and she comes up with the solution. And at the last minute, she comes up with the final research, but something happens, and there's repercussions for it. And then we get to the meat of the story. This is just the introduction. But I feel like she is going to succeed in getting the research done to get the grant. But something's going to happen, and it's going to be something that, you know, she didn't bargain for. I got to answer this phone call. Yeah, it was just another confirmation confirming my consultation on Wednesday. Yeah, things are happening in my life. You know, regardless of what I do here on stream or here on my social media amalgamation of nonsense, whatever the fuck this all is right now. Right now, it doesn't... See, I need to understand. I mean, I need to make it very clear to myself, if not to anyone else, that whatever it is right now is not where it's going. You know, eventually there will be a place where everything starts to get a footing. You know, I start to get a solid foundation and I can start building something real. But you know, whatever it is right now, I'm just working on it. But regardless of all that, that is way low priority compared to my real life. I've been taking care of this girl's life right here, okay? Regardless of what I do with my writing, regardless of what I do with my stream or my YouTube or my TikTok or my Twitter or my Discord actions, whatever the fuck is going on with all that, regardless, like OnlyFans, everything, regardless of all that, that's almost like a video game compared to my real life. So if I can try to treat it like that, like my writing is a bonus. I should not judge myself based on how much I write, or whether I finished writing, or whether I published my writing, which the reason why I'm doing these streams and working on my short fiction publicly is because it's giving me more accountability. So that, because I'm going to start publishing short stories to a blog, and that creates something that's out there in the universe that people can find, and I can link them to it on Twitter, and it'll be something that exists, and it'll be infinitely better than just moping around and being upset and crying that my life is not doing anything. You know, it's something. And obviously streaming is not really going to help me grow. That's not why I'm streaming. I don't know why I keep telling myself things I already know. But, you know, I have a growth strategy and I have a stream. And the stream is a workshop. Growth strategy is separate from the stream. But I might be able to work on stuff that are part of my growth strategy on my stream. There will be a point, hopefully, where I can start, you know, climbing my way up to where streaming can actually help, you know. Streaming is, like, not helpful until you reach a certain point. And then you kind of just farm. But I don't know. I'm doing it. I'm doing something. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing something. Like, I'm really kind of scared sometimes, especially since, you know, the stuff with SSI. I'm not sure how long it'll last. I'm not sure if I might do something stupid and make too much money, but not enough money to live on, and have everything taken away. And I need to calm the fuck down. I need to calm the fuck down. Things are gonna be okay. Many people have gone through this. Many people have gone through needing SSI and being disabled and getting a life for themselves. And as my doctors and my therapist and my psychiatrist have all told me, this isn't forever. This is a starting point. You know, it doesn't have to last forever. You don't have to just be a disabled person for the rest of your life, which is my biggest fear. I don't want to just be disabled. I want to do something. I want to write my fiction. I want to write my novels. I want to write my blog posts. You know, I want to, you know, be an actress, you know, both adult and regular, you know. I want to be a musician, be a streamer, be a YouTuber, be a TikToker. Like, I want to do all these things. I want to create things. And I don't care what it is. I just want to create. I know that much. And I am so much better off than probably about 99% of people who are in a similar position to me. Because I have a solid understanding of what I want. And I have a solid path. And it's a difficult path, but it's better than just, oh, I don't want to do anything. I just want to play video games all day, or I just want to do drugs all day. I don't want to do anything with my life because fuck the man. You know, like the people like that. I'm not that. Okay, like I'm past that. That was my like early 20s, and then I was like homeless. You know, like I'm not there anymore. Okay, I moved past that, and I'll move past this. Anyway, I'm starting to get a little bit burnt out, so you know, didn't get much writing done, but I actually got a lot of notes written, and I worked through a lot of things, so it's fine. Our goal is not to be perfect. Our goal is to just move forward at whatever pace is right for the moment. Anyway, bye-bye. Awkward Zoom wave. Bye-bye.